This is the 2025 Ford F-150 Lightning. Some recent updates include a heat pump for the climate control system, this all-new flash trim level package, and a 123 kilowatt hour battery, which should be good for an EPA rated range of 300 miles. Today, we're going to test that on our all-highway 70 mile an hour range test to see how accurate that is. Let's go. All right, we are about to get going. We are fully loaded with electrons. Let's get out of this Tesla supercharger. Once we get out onto the highway here, I'll explain how we're performing this test, why we're performing this test, and then actually go over some of the things about the vehicle as well. It's going to be a long afternoon because there is a lot of range in this truck. Not as much as the GM twins, well, maybe not twins, I guess, if you include the Hummer, but honestly, a decent amount of range, especially considering that this truck is significantly cheaper. We'll get into all of that as we get out of this little plaza here. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. One thing that'll make this trip excellent is this truck does have Blue Cruise. The latest version does the lane changing and all that jazz. So this should be a fairly easy afternoon. Let's get out onto the highway here, into the lane, set the cruise, and let's Blue Cruise. Woo! All right, so I'm in a 2025 Ford F-150 Lightning Flash. What does Flash mean? It gives you some options that you don't get on a base XLT. This one is in white, which makes me look like a plumber out to go fix some toilets and lay some pipe. But the couple of key things that I think that we should point out about this truck is this does have the bigger 123 kilowatt hour battery pack. Ford's EPA claim is 300 miles on the Monroney. At a 100% state of charge, this truck said that it would do 289 miles. So it's important to point out that the EPA testing cycle is based on something like 55% city, 45% highway. This is all going to be highway, at highway speeds, at the speed limit for the course of the entire test. Why do I do it that way? Because you people want to see this. You do. And the thing is like, there are cities in the United States, big ones, and then there are gaps between those cities that are quite large. Last week, as the time of recording, today is July 5th, 2025. Last week, as the time of recording, I was in Europe. I spent half the week in Stuttgart and the other half of the week in Copenhagen. And there are cities. Stuttgart is a city. Copenhagen is a very big city. But there are not these massive 100-mile gaps between them. So, between other cities in the country. So, we drive a lot in the U.S., and one of the pieces of feedback that I get when I talk about EVs is this highway sort of driving range. So in a lot of ways, this is a worst-ish case scenario for range. So if a car does well here, it's going to do well in your sort of everyday, day-to-day. Now, I'm not towing. That's the first thing that people will say, oh, well, you lose range when towing. I have towed with a big battery F-150 Lightning in the past. The range was okay. We had it at a roughly 7,500 pound trailer. We were able to get, I don't know, what was 150, 160 miles. Not great, but we'll get into towing here in a bit and why it matters, but also that it doesn't. And coming through with a few more specs on the truck here, we do have Blue Cruise. Blue Cruise is for its hands-free, completely hands-off driving thing. So I don't know really where you're supposed to put your hands when you're driving, but there you go. And other sort of features, I guess it's an F-150. So a lot of things are cleverly laid out. It has this nifty folding workspace. The shifter folds down when you're parked. Gives you this interesting folding workspace. Lots of storage cubbies. This has the updated 9.2 kilowatts, or 9.6 kilowatt, I'm sorry, Pro Power on board, and it can also power your house. So 9.2 kilowatt generator, and the ability to run your house for like a month, depending on how much electricity you use. Not bad. With Ford's quote-unquote power promise, you do get a level 2 home charger and installation, a standard installation, for free when you buy one of these things. And the one they include with the truck is the 80 amp 19.2 kilowatt hour charger that supports the home charging thing as well. You'll still have to get some equipment from Sunrun, but the part of the process is you need that big charger because it has the DC connectors and stuff on it. So you get that included. And 19.2 kilowatts of home charging on 80 amp, that's a very quick recharge time for level 2. So 120 some kilowatt hour battery, you figure almost 20 kilowatts, 6-7 hours, get a full charge. If you took that same 19.2 kilowatt and plugged in like a Hummer, you've got about 10 hours on the charger, 10 to 11 hours on the charger. Excuse me. If you don't do any of that, and you just have that basic sort of 7 kilowatts, you can be on there for, well, a lot longer. Excuse me while I get a little bit of a drink here. I'm sort of just over getting a cold, so apologies if I sound nasally or cough a bit more. Got sick on the way home from Copenhagen, so woo. This is an F-150 in here. It's what's everything's great about it. As I said, most F-150s now come with bigger, better, enhanced infotainment stuff. This is Sync 4A, which comes out of the out of the Mach-E. A lot of things are touch-based, so switching driving modes, engaging one-pedal drive, things like that. I kind of wish there were more physical buttons. The system is okay. It's not super responsive. Some software updates have helped that, but it's still a little sluggish in doing some things that, maybe some other infotainment systems do a little bit better. Functionally, it works all right. Most recent stuff that you've used sits in this bottom thing here. Climate controls are always up and visible. It's got this cool thing for the knob that's actually like bonded to the screen. It's a cool process. But, long story short, it's an F-150. It's a pricey F-150. If you look at here on the Monroney, and you include the destination and delivery charge, it is a lot of money. It is $74,340. It's a lot of cash. It's a lot of scratch. This truck is built at the Rouge Electric Vehicle Center in Dearborn, and yet has a $2,095 delivery fee. That's ridiculous. It is. It's a ridiculous delivery charge. Delivery fees are like the destination and handling, shipping and handling. It's stuff that you have to pay. You can't really negotiate it with the dealer because the dealer doesn't profit from that. It's all manufacturer profit. And it's been growing quite a lot in the past decade. It's supposed to basically be, well, this is how much it costs to ship the car to anywhere in the country, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's become a profit center. And because you can see some European cars that are built in Europe that come over here for $1,000, and you're like, well, why is a truck that's built in Dearborn like that? Which I think is an absolutely fair question for you to ask. Also, $72,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money for anything, including a pickup truck. The electric one. A couple of things, I guess, maybe to keep in mind with pricing right now is basically the employee pricing that Ford is offering. If you can still get that, I think it's through the end of this week. Maybe they've extended it, I don't know. It drops about $6,000 off the sticker price. And then if you act before September 30th, which as of this point is, I think, 78 days away, you can get the $7,500 tax credit, which is an on-the-hood discount for everybody that qualifies, which is basically everyone. And then that can also be rolled into a lease if you are so inclined. If you take all the incentives together and kind of rough math some stuff out, do some back of the napkin fudging, the truck's probably realistically around $55,000. Comparing it at that sort of price level, yeah, it's not bad. But once you lose any of the tax incentives and once you lose the employee pricing, the value really isn't there like it used to be. I mean, you could get a Lightning for $40,000 when they first came out. Yes, it was a smaller battery, but it was still pretty reasonably well equipped for a base model kind of vehicle. $10,000 got you the bigger battery. Now we're quite a bit more expensive. Tax incentives gone away. Yesterday, the president signed his big, not so beautiful bill into law, and basically kills all of the green incentives from the IRA. Kills a lot of other things too. Incentives for solar, alternative energy stuff. You know, if you're in the coal business, it helps you out, but there's really not that many people in this country in the coal business. So there's that. And like I said, we're doing this sort of at the speed limits, which is what people will drive. There's going to be construction because I live in the Midwest, and when they have the opportunity to tear up the roads, they will. I'm using the Interstate 80/90 system, which tends to be wider, better maintained, faster traffic, easier to deal with for this kind of stuff. Chargers all the way along the process. So, is that biggest sort of thing for this particular test? It's going to be the truck's Blue Cruise, which is nice. Kind of keep your hands off the wheel, eyes on the road, and yeah. One other advantage to have you kind of tag along with me for the whole way is you can see how things like I'm going to edit that. One of the advantages, though, that you can have while following me along on this journey is you get to see how well Blue Cruise works in a lot of different situations. Driving through a work zone now, somebody maybe will cut me off. Maybe somebody will, whatever. So you can kind of see sort of real time how this all kind of comes together. It's reasonably quiet in here. I mean, obviously having no gas engine helps a lot. The standard tires on this model aren't anything to write home about, but they're reasonably quiet. Not a ton of wind noise. I'm getting some stuff around the wing mirrors for sure, but the lack of sunroof on this package actually helps quite a bit with keeping the wind down, because you don't get to hear the wind sort of up through there. I've been in quieter cars, but this ain't too bad. When looking through sort of the option packages and what you should possibly consider getting and what you shouldn't, the Pro Power onboard upgrade to go to 9.6 kilowatts is a $1,200 option. I think that's really pricey, but I think the value's there. I mean, you can't buy a 9,200 watt generator for $1,200, especially one that runs on electricity. So I'd probably spend the money if it wasn't already included in a package. I just find it extremely useful. You can use it to charge other EVs. You can throw a heck of a tailgate party. You could probably run a pizza shop. Like, do a lot with that power. The max trailer towing package, guess it all depends on if you're going to tow. $1,100 definitely doesn't hurt, especially maybe with some resale opportunities. Spare tire, probably should have it for $175. The tailgate step and work surface, so that's the thing that pulls out that makes it easy to get up into the back. It's $430. Yes, the tailgate step is fantastic. Every F-150 should come with that. $595 for the bed liner. It's an interesting discussion on the bed liner. I like spraying bed liners. I probably would just get it from the factory. One thing, though, maybe they consider is that the spray and bed liner that comes from the factory typically will be warranted for the length of your new vehicle warranty, which is like 3 years on this truck. If you don't do that and you go to like a Line-X dealer, you can get like a lifetime warranty. So depends on, I guess, how much you want to mess around with it. But I probably would just check the box, but if you know you're going to use it a lot, maybe go to a third party to get a better warranty. The thing I would skip is the mobile charging cord. It's $600. It's a level 2, level 1 adapter sort of thing. Automakers used to include that. They stopped because why would they want to give you something valuable? No. Because they want to make every little bit of margin they can. So the thing is with the mobile charging cord is you don't need to spend $600 for one. I mean, you could spend probably $200 to have a perfectly functional one, especially because you're going to get a level 2 home charger installed when you get the truck, so it's not like you're going to need it for that. It's more of one of those emergency what-ifs, keep it stored in the front kind of situation, and really $200-300 at most is what you should be paying for something like that, so I would skip that off the Monroney. Blue Cruise, though, I like it. I dig it. I'd spec it. I would probably just get the lifetime subscription. This truck only comes with a 1-year subscription included. This truck will only live in this press fleet for not even a year. So when it goes to auction, whoever buys will have some remaining time left on the subscription. But I would just go lifetime, even if you're only going to keep it through the price of a lease. Unless you can get like a 3-year. But it's super helpful. It's super weird when you first do it because your hands are not on the steering wheel. And you don't know what quite to do with your hands. And in this case, the truck isn't going to necessarily suggest lane changing and do it for you the way that Super Cruise will. Though I can tell it I want to do a lane change once I wait for this truck here. Tap the indicator stalk. It says it's preparing the lane change. It'll do it. The thing with Super Cruise is you got to look in the mirrors. You got to check your blind spots. This just kind of does it. Whatevs. You should always check your blind spots. That's a wise idea. As for destination to where I'm going to turn around, the goal is to make it to the RV Hall of Fame. There's a roundabout there. Make turning around and get back on the highway pretty easy. And then I should be able to get most of the way back to the charger that I want to use for that part of the process. I'm going to do a charge curve analysis sort of thing, I haven't quite figured out the best way to videoize those yet, so those will be available, though, on the Destination Charge website. There's a testing center tab at the top, and you can view all of the charge curve data that we have from all the vehicles that I've ever tested. I've tested an F-150 before at a previous place. They haven't really improved it from then, so I'm expecting an okay charging experience without maybe it being an amazing one. 150 kilowatt cap is 155 is a bit lower than what I'm used to in 2025, which kind of stinks. It's still better than other options out there for sure, but if it could do 200 kilowatts, I would be much happier. There is no there's no eco mode to put the truck in, so I'm just driving in the normal setting, and I have the climate control set to 70 degrees, which maybe I could go a little bit warmer, but it is 91 degrees outside right now, so I'm definitely not turning it off. The 2025 version of the truck does use a heat pump now for climate, which should help in the cold quite a bit for range. Not sure how much it'll help when it's 91 degrees, but can't control too much when I test these. You know, you ask for it at some point, they schedule it a few months later, and boom, it's suddenly in the middle of a heat wave. Just about 25 miles in, and we are getting 2 miles per kilowatt hour, 1.9 miles per kilowatt hour. It is a big box going through space at 70 miles an hour, so I guess that's okay. But the reality, not that efficient. I do this test over a longer kind of stretch than, let's say, 20 or 50 miles, and then extrapolate out just so that it's a little bit more. It's probably a law of diminishing returns, but at least like it gets you a good idea of going through the entire pack capacity of what kind of range you'll get. Some people on the internet would rather I just go and run it completely dead. Not a big fan of running out alongside the road. I did it once last year. Not a big fan of having to call a tow truck. Not a big fan of having to deal with the Ohio State Highway Patrol. Just really not a fan. So I'll run it extremely low because I want it to be extremely low for the charge curve test. But if everything goes the way it's supposed to, I won't run out, and I don't want to run out. I do wish I would have done this earlier this week, but really wasn't feeling well at all. So I figure tomorrow, the Sunday of the holiday weekend, will be busier than the middle day of the holiday weekend. So the road doesn't seem to be too bad. The service plaza where I topped the truck off at, though, was pretty busy. Blue Cruise decided it didn't want to work through this toll plaza. Not really sure why we need an open air toll plaza just in the middle of nowhere. The turnpike charges you when you get off, so here, we're going to add a little bit more to what we collect from you. Yay! Obviously, our average speed will not be 70 miles an hour because there'll be times where we'll slow down for work zones and when we're not on the highway. There had been some consideration to the idea of trying to make up for that, but you really shouldn't film yourself doing stuff illegal on the internet because the police will come and find you. But you can only be so scientific out in the real world where variables are only so controllable. What else can I say about this truck? Most comfortable F-150 I've ever driven. All of the Lightnings are like that because they have independent suspension. The weight down low with the battery pack helps it feel a little bit more planted. Seats are normal F-150 fare, which means they're pretty comfy. It's quiet in here. Handles bumps well. I would use a different set of tires if it were me, and I were doing any sort of like farm slash dirt roadish kind of off-roading. But otherwise, not a whole lot to complain about other than, like I said, sticker price, which if you can work the deals right now, it's not bad. Once the incentives go away, though, it's going to be real rough to sell these. But I do think they ride a lot nicer than the Silverado and Sierra EVs. Those get more range because they've got a bigger battery pack, of course, but these drive and ride. The F-150 drives and rides nicer. Wish it had four-wheel steering like those two, but not a deal breaker. The Rivian's smaller. I like the Rivian a lot, but if you want a full-size pickup, it's the one to get. And because it is just an F-150, 3-box setup, most of it's built in the same line as the gasoline-powered trucks, that's a lot of accessories just work. Tonneau covers and bed dividers and bed extenders and truck caps and campers and all of that stuff that just works because it's just an F-150. It's the real advantage here over the GMs. Some people are like, well, it looks just like an F-150. Yeah, no crap. It's very good at looking like an F-150, because it is one. I mean, realistically, if you get it with, like, the max towing and the Pro Trailer Backup Assist and the onboard scales, like, it's a very clever truck. Like, I mean, the F-150 alone is a pretty clever pickup truck in general. I mean, one thing that I will give Ford credit all the time on is the people that design and engineer the trucks live and work and eat and breathe trucks. Like, they're constantly just making up new stuff to make the experience better. You know, the tailgate step was a revelation as trucks kept getting taller. The built-in workspaces, the onboard scales, the built-in generator. A lot of that's available in the ICE truck too, so it's not like you have to get a Lightning to get those. But people are just, thinking it through. State Highway Patrol. Ugh, I'm already bored. Can't play games while driving. That stinks. I mean, obviously, but, So the F-150 still uses a big old whip antenna outside for its radio, while everybody else has gone integrated into a shark fin or the glass or whatever. I'm sure there's some quantities of scale, fleets reason for it. Just seems really ridiculous. In the year of our Lord 2025. Some things this Flash is missing that I kind of wish that it had, especially for the price. The mirrors don't power fold. It's kind of lame. Um, there's no memory seats, as far as I can tell. That's really lame. I'd like the option for ventilated seats. I mean, I know you can get them on higher spec models, but again, 72 grand, I think the seats should be ventilated. I don't miss the sunroof. I don't know, I think those are the biggies. Lots of USB-C ports, lots of AC ports, because this truck can do all sorts of power through AC. Like I said, you could probably run a bed and breakfast out of this truck. Driving through the work zone. Yeah, yeah. Ain't nobody here, but it's a work zone. Yeah, yeah. Nobody's here. It's a work zone. It's a speed trap. It's a boom boom. I mean, it is ridiculous. There's nothing happening. But the speed limit sign says you've got to go slowly. I would hate to hurt all those employees that are not working today. Target 4. With the Targa roof closed. Guess it is 91 out. But still. You could run the AC with the Targa. Alright, well, let's talk about the state of the automotive industry, shall we? This week, Trump signed his big bastardly bill into law. And like I said, September 30th is the last day that you can get the $7,500 tax credit on a new EV that meets the battery requirements and sourcing requirements, or $4,000 on a used one. If you're thinking of buying one, do it now. Like, seriously, do it now. There's a lot of good stuff out there. I mean, things that I've driven this year that are just excellent. Like the Ioniq 9, excellent. EV9, if you would rather have the Kia, also pretty good. Though I think the Ioniq rides a lot nicer. Ioniq 5 and 6, the 5 has been refreshed. There's an XRT trim if you like that. It's got a NACS connector now, native, as does the Ioniq 9. So you can annoy people at Tesla superchargers like I did a little bit ago with this truck. Which I don't feel bad because Elon Musk is, well, not a quality human. Let's put it that way. What else? What have I been into Europe to drive? I drove the X30 cross country, which that's not really going to come here probably. I mean, it will. It's supposed to, but that was excellent. I went to Stuttgart once to see the. Excuse me. Went to Stuttgart once to see the new GTXX AMG Mercedes. That concept, which was revealed recently. That AMG architecture, 850 kilowatt charging, like possibly across the entire charge curve. Like, they're doing something really clever. You should read my story at Ars Technica, and if I remember to actually include a link, I'll do that. But take the battery pack, they shrink the cells, and they make them tall and narrow, and then they fill the gaps not with more cells, but with fluid to help regulate temperature. So there's less space between the fluid and the really hot part of the cell, so hopefully thermodynamics and that stuff will help keep that cooler. So they should be able to get good charging performance as well as something like 1,300 horsepower. Using the axial flux motors, which is a great name to say, axial flux. But basically, they're tall, narrow, compact. They save 2/3 the amount of weight, help deliver more power, and they're much more efficient. It's basically there's the stator sits between these two round discs, and electricity runs across the horizontal axis, no, vertical axis instead of the horizontal axis. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Point is, clever stuff without being pie in the sky, solid state, or sodium, whatever. Like, it's technology that already exists, engineered in a very clever way. So that'll be available in 2 cars at least, starting probably next year. It's very possible I rode in one, and I'm sworn to secrecy until middle of July. So, what else? I drove the new CLA in Copenhagen. I'm sworn to secrecy on that too. But that'll have a gas and a hybrid version. EV and hybrid version. The EV version will come first, hybrid will come second. Might be something that interests you. What else is fun? Ioniq 6 first drives, 6 engine first drives dropped. That should be a hoot when the US spec gets here. Probably not in time for the tax credit though. Equinox is good. All the eGMP cars are good. The non-eGMP Koreans are also pretty solid. Lyric's good. Optic is good. Vistic is probably good. There's really a lot of choice out there for what it's worth that doesn't have a Tesla badge on it. You could get a Tesla. You shouldn't, because you're going to get called a Nazi every time you go somewhere. But I guess if you're into that, that's a possibility. But with everybody using this Tesla superchargers now, there's really no major advantage to buying a Tesla. They can still do range pretty solid on some other products, and their route planning is still pretty good, but everybody else is pretty close to catching up or nearly there. So I don't know if they've got the competitive advantage that they used to have, especially now that they're that Elon is persona non grata. What a completely useless work zone. Outside of EV land, RAV4 should be pretty good. Haven't driven it, but should be pretty good. The plug-in hybrid would be the one you want to try to get the incentives with. What else? I like the new 4Runner, but I could only get 20 miles of the gallon out of the hybrid, and that's not great. But I do like the new 4Runner. Just had a Maverick 2 weeks ago, the new one. It's no longer the deal it used to be. It's still probably a deal, but at like 36 grand for the mid-spec XLT hybrid that I had in front drive, it's a lot of money for a truck, for that truck. Because some of the components are even cheaper inside than the previous one. It still probably is a deal, but it's just, it's just not like the no-brainer that it used to be. About to get passed by a Hummer EV behind this Toyota. That's something you could buy if you like 1.4 miles per kilowatt hour. Illinois manufacturer plates, interesting. Really interesting. Also was speeding, saw that state trooper, so I had to get over to get whatever. I doubt it's a press car though, because GM will use Michigan manufacturer tags nearly all the time, even on Chicago fleet vehicles. It's possible it's Chicago fleeted. Could be a supplier or something like that too, but it's a bit odd to see Illinois manufacturer. There are press fleets there, so, but some automakers will hard plate their cars, like this is hard plated, which means it's fully registered with the DMV and blah blah blah. There's some benefits to hard plating them. In California, your cars have to be hard plated to get the HOV sticker, so some automakers will hard plate their cars to do that, so that when you have like a press car, a press EV, you can use the HOV lanes. which is a nice thing for them to do. %, state of charge. We've been driving for 50 minutes. 1.9 miles per kilowatt hour. Woohoo. Wish I could listen to some music or a podcast, but then this video would get taken down or demonetized. Not that I'm monetized yet, but still, point being. More Tesla superchargers. You know what? I've driven a lot of EVs over the past few years. Even the bad ones, they're still all very pleasant. Most are pretty quiet. Most ride well enough. Tesla's kind of ride like crap. The VinFast rides like crap. But beyond maybe those two examples, like, everything else is okay. Like, there's some better ones and there's some worse ones. Like, some more efficient ones and there's some less efficient ones. But, you know, the reality is for just normal driving, what's it matter what's powers your car? Like, what I'm doing right now is, oh, I don't need no big V8 to do this. Like, you don't. You don't. This accelerates just as quickly or quicker. You don't want a big old engine droning off in your head right now. Unless you're a masochist. Not kink shaming if you are. But, like, why wouldn't you just want this experience? It's so weird. It's so weird how just politicized in the United States this has become. Yes, there's incentives in other parts of the world, and yes, there's some political motivation to green or to electrify fleets. Like, if the government's involved, it's not, whatever, but still, it's ultimately in those countries, and a lot of times it's still a choice. Like, hey, typically it's cheaper to go the EV route because of incentives and things like that, but if you look at Denmark, which is where I was, right? Like, everybody's like, oh, Norway is 60, 70%, whatever, right? Sweden's 60, Denmark's 35, 40, like whatever. But, excuse me. But if you go above the Arctic Circle, there's lots of snow and snow melt and water and flow. So you have all of this hydroelectric power, massive amounts of hydroelectric power, which is green power, that just flood the country. So then they incentivize EVs, and the grid's fine because there's plenty of power. And EVs don't destroy the power grid, despite what, critics will say. Ill-informed critics will say. So it just all works, you know? And I saw a V8 Ram 1500 towing a trailer. Like, you can still get those there if you wanted to. V8 Mustangs, things like that. Like, it's not like this whole government, you absolutely have to buy an EV. It's not even the case there. But here it's like, oh no, you're basically the Antichrist if you drive an EV. You're not. So yeah, I mean, obviously it'll be a few years before anything that possibly happens that'll help the EV industry grow. Automakers are still pretty committed. I mean, they've spent some money. You take out a few ones that have rolled back significantly, and you kind of look at everybody else. You look at the industry as a whole, and they're not going anywhere. Especially when automakers want to build cars that they want to sell in the rest of the world. So is it doomed? I don't know. I think there's products that are doomed. I think there's probably some automakers that are doomed without EVs, without the EV incentives, but, we'll see. I think Slate's going to be an interesting discussion to have. They had to have known the incentive was going to go away, which now makes their $20,000 truck $27,500, 28 grand. Still a pretty good deal. We'll see. Some people on the internet have suggested that maybe that company should have started with a gas engine or a hybrid. And maybe they should have. The problem I have with that is I can't see anybody wanting to start a car company in 2025 trying to find investors and then going to those investors and say, yeah, we're going to build trucks with V8s in them, or we're going to build trucks with gas guzzling engines in them, or whatever. I don't see them getting any funding at all. I think you'd get laughed out of the room if you said in 2025, I'm going to launch a new car company, but it doesn't make EVs. So I think it's the only route for them to have gone. The Scout has range extended hybrids or range extended EVs, so they're probably going to be okay. They're Volkswagen owned. They're not Volkswagen owned. I wish people would stop saying that. Go to Volkswagen Group's webpage. It's not on there. Shut up. Rivian, they just got some more money from their benefactors. I don't know, man. I think they have the staying power at this point, but they've really got to get that R2 out, and it's going to be harder to sell when they can't get the credit, when they can't get the incentive. It's going to be a lot more difficult for them. Stellantis, I think Stellantis EVs are probably dead. at least in North America. The troubled rollout of Charger and the Wagoneer S. I don't. With Tim Kuniskis kind of running everything in North America now, he's made it pretty obvious he wants to Hemi all the things, and that process might work for a year or two. But I don't know how a 2015 mindset works in 2025. We'll see. Maybe he's right, but I don't think that's. I don't think Trump isn't going to be president forever, and there's a lot of momentum for EVs from investment in the U.S., from manufacturers in the U.S. I don't see just Hemi and everything working out well mid to long term for them. GM's got some good stuff. Honestly, they do. Class leading, maybe not, but definitely viable options, viable alternatives, and some of the products are going to hurt because they're going to lose that incentive. But we'll see. Tesla will try to eat some of those costs, but they're already barely making a profit. They need all of those regulatory credits, and when those go away, they can't sell those. I think Tesla's valuation will fall back down to earth. When you add the whole politics that he's been trying to play, I don't see sales coming back, not in any significant way. Even if he does decide to throw a whole bunch of money in making sure Republicans don't get reelected. He's the epitome of the hot dog man. Like, whose fault is this that all this went to crap? Well, kind of yours, dude. But he should have seen that coming. I mean, we all saw it coming that these incentives and stuff and this green initiatives were all going to go away. So why would the CEO of an EV car company that depends on regulatory credits go along with it? I don't know. I really don't. I mean, it's easy to say, oh, well, he's a racist apartheid piece of crap. Sure, maybe that's it, but the board is just as guilty as he is, because the board should have got rid of him. But they are intrinsically connected. Whatever happens to Elon happens to Tesla. So I guess we'll see. Positives? Well, if you're into EVs, move to Europe. A lot there. Saw a lot of Ford Explorers, which is weird because Ford keeps saying, oh, that won't work here because it's that MEB Volkswagen thing. It's a little bit smaller or whatever. Like, I don't know. It might work here. It's not a real Explorer. Well, define real Explorer in 2025, you know? Saw a few Chinese ones. Lots of French cars. Lots of French EVs. $199 miles of range, 1.9 miles per kilowatt hour, 1 hour and 5 minutes of driving, 70 miles total commuted. Pay toll ahead. As we approach this toll plaza, which is one of the last ones in Ohio, we will hit 70% state of charge right around the state line. So yeah, onward and upwards, I guess. It's still 91 degrees outside, according to the onboard temperature gauge. Stay in lane. Okay. Yeah, another work zone where nobody's working. My favorite type of work zone. I took over just because of the lane shift. Should be a toll plaza for entering Indiana. All right, Indiana, the state you have to drive through to get to Illinois. One of these days, I'm going to look up Indiana facts, and I'm going to share them with you on one of these journeys. Won't be this time, though. Yeah, more work sites. Yep, more work sites where nobody's working. Look at that. Yeah. And look, I get it. If there were people working, totally understand. But you could set a variable speed limit, and you could have that variable speed limit be a little bit higher when there's nobody around. That's all. Seems like we have the technology to make that happen. But we apparently don't. At least not in Indiana. For what it's worth, Blue Cruise does handle work sounds pretty well. I've been in some Super Cruise ones where it's like, we're going to give you limited functionality. I've been in some cars where it's like, just nope, you're going to have to drive with your hands through these. So overall, not that bad, honestly. I do wish it would auto lane change, like proper auto lane change, the way that Super Cruise does. I don't like if you're going to put your hand all the way up here to indicate, you might as well just do the lane change yourself. Big first world problems, of course, but that's how I would handle it if it were moi. This is the longest work zone ever. And by work zone, I mean non-existent work zone. Is this the stupidest work zone so far that I've driven through? Yes. Like, there's no sign of even working. Like, all they did was put up the triangles, the orange pylons. And we're like, here you go. Okay. Oh, a bunch of new Model 3 and Model Ys. Look at those, heading to some customers. Probably not. Probably going to sit on dealer lots because that's how Tesla rolls these days. Overproduce, underdeliver. It's just miles and miles of pylons and no people. No work equipment, no signs of work. Literally nothing. Should have went the other way. I go this way because it's flatter. The more you head towards the east, like towards Cleveland and stuff, you start to run into some hills with the Appalachians and stuff. But west, you just go west, young man. Go west. This might be the first construction equipment that I have seen this entire work zone. And no, nobody's operating it. Excuse me. Finally out of that work zone. Holy hell. Just going on for miles and miles and miles. All the kilometers. Blue Cruise also now does a very good job at lane shift, like not lane shifting, but shifting within the lane. So if you're passing a tractor trailer or Class 8, it will kind of shift over to the left side of the lane to give you some more space, which is really nice. And it even shows it's hard to, obviously I'm driving, but it does also show you it sort of doing that on the instrument cluster as well, which I think is pretty clever. I dig it. Wonder how much wind resistance that big old whip antenna costs. It's got to be quantified somewhere. We'll look into that. Because it's just going. Oh, good. Another work zone. My favorites. I just don't get why it's one speed for a few miles, for a few 100 meters maybe, and then it drops to even slower speed. Just tell us what the speed's going to be. Work zone. Use caution. Yes. Understood. Oh, it's a contraflow on the way back. 100 miles into this, hour and 35 minutes, 2 miles per kilowatt hour, 62% state of charge. Yeah. No sleep till Brooklyn. Wrong way. We're going the wrong way. 1.9 to 2 miles per kilowatt. Not surprising that it's improved a tiny bit, just because there's been so much work zone action. But you go to war with the army you have, not the army you want. So there's that. Truck's still not super efficient. Honestly, if this was like maybe 2.5, I'd be pretty happy. 2 on the highway, it's not surprising, more probably what I would expect. Just, I guess in a lot of ways, the way that a normal ICE-powered vehicle, an ICE-powered pickup truck, maybe makes sense for you because it's kind of a jack-of-all-trades kind of vehicle. You occasionally need to do truck stuff, but the rest of the time you're just hauling around air. Like, you do suffer year-round by driving a truck in terms of fuel economy and efficiency, things like that. Um, so the same is true with an ICE vehicle or with an EV pickup. If you drive this truck because once a year you need to do truck stuff, twice a year you need to do truck stuff. Rest of the year you're getting truck efficiency while you're not doing truck stuff. Maybe that works for you, maybe it doesn't, but the differences are a little bit more pronounced with electric trucks, just because they already have a more limited range to begin with than maybe your regular truck would in the beginning. I think my biggest, I think my biggest criticism, though, on sort of using this particular truck as an everyday thing where you may occasionally need to do longer drives, is the peak charging performance. I haven't done the curve analysis yet on this truck, so maybe it'll surprise. But when you have a peak capacity of 150, 155, 160 kilowatts on a 123 kilowatt hour pack, like, you're going to be sitting in a charger for a while. If it did 200, if it did 220, I think you'd be sitting in a much better position. And newer EVs that are coming out now are doing 300 kilowatts, 250, 300, 320 on smaller packs, thanks to things like 800 volts and whatnot. The Lightning hasn't been refreshed since it shipped. There's been one F-150 refresh, but there's been 0 Lightning refreshes. Does the truck feel dated? No. Except for DC fast charging. That's where it feels dated. And you can do better than 150 on 400 volts. You can. Or hold it at 150 as long as possible. Just ramp up to it and just sit at it. We'll see. But and I sort of watched the charging rate at that Tesla supercharger that I was using to get to that 100% to start this drive. That 90% plus wasn't super promising, so we'll see. We will see. Yes, we will. Love the Indiana State Trooper hiding behind the barrier, trying to pick up people speeding through a work zone where nobody's working. Love it. Again, if this was a work day, sure, 100%. But now it's just revenue generation. Kind of lame. And on the right is the Ernie Pyle Travel Plaza, which has Tesla supercharges, which means you can use the adapter for this truck and charge there, and charge everywhere. Charging has gotten so much better past couple of years. I mean, even on this westerly route, like, it's just so many places to charge. Just so many. All the great charging stops. Weed ads have gotten so much more sophisticated. Like, when Michigan first legalized it, it was sort of like the banners were all very, I guess, quite juvenile, and now that some states around here have had it, looks more like sophisticated lifestyle, like, come hang out, like, enjoy the outdoor world, and grass is greener, and there's a guy in a kayak, and it all looks like an outdoors ad, and then you realize it's for cannabis, and you're like, oh, okay. Which is not legal in this state, but if you follow the map of the Interstate 8090, we get painstakingly close to Michigan. You can throw a rock and probably hit Michigan from where we're at right now. Let's do that. Let's look at a map. Ciao. Wicka wicka wow. Indiana Toll Road. Yeah, so that line, Michigan. Less than a mile. I don't dislike this infotainment system. Like I said, some of the menus and stuff are just really a little too slow to respond. They could definitely benefit from being just a bit snappier. But especially like this one, because the drive modes and everything are there, you kind of want to deal with that more often. But like, once you kind of figure out how to use it and where everything is, it's not that bad, and you're going to live with it every day, so it's probably going to be a little easier to pick up on. I wish you could like set something for this row sort of here at the bottom above the volume control. I wish you could like pre-program those instead of just be the last apps you used. In Volvos, in Polestars, it's sort of like the frequently used. And I think frequently used is better than last used. Or maybe a combination of both. They let you set some preset ones, which is kind of nice. Dedicated climate down below is good, for sure. And then there's a physical, real, honest-to-goodness max defrost button below all of that, which is nice. Which is where the hazards are, and the off button for the stability control. There's also the auto park function, but I don't know anybody that uses that, so I guess it's nice there's a button there, but really would like to have some sort of drive mode shifter kind of thing. But there's a neutral tow button, so woo. I do like there's a dedicated button for the front trunk, in addition to a software one. There's only a software one in the Mach-E, so that can be a little annoying to find if you don't know where it is. Or, I'm sorry, rear hatch. Not front. Front has to have a lever, but you know what I mean. You knows. 56% state of charge. Hour and 49 minutes. I'm going to exit 96. I believe is going to be my turn off. To start the truck backwards. If this stretch of road were Germany, there would be no speed limit. It's rural enough, it's wide enough, it's smooth enough. There would just be a circle with 3 lines to it, and you could just go. Which would be much more exciting than what I'm doing right now. That's for sure. So at 2 miles per kilowatt hour, just doing some rough math, a 100 kilowatt hour battery pack would be 200 miles of range. That extra 23 would be 46. So it'd be 246 miles of range. Out of a stated 300. That seems suboptimal. Just throwing that out there. That would be a fairly significant reduction over the EPA. A lot. Yes, and maybe if we did it at 60 miles an hour instead of 70, you'd probably see a noticeable difference, because wind resistance and horsepower required is not linear. It's logarithmic. Yes, math. So yeah, not super excited about that concept of where I'm going to turn around and having enough range. Will I be able to get 20 miles and 4%? Don't know. Reach that sort of desired turnaround point. The desired turnaround point was like 270 some miles, I think. I mean, I'll come up way short at that point. So I think to preserve my sanity, I've gone 120 miles, 140 miles left. So if I went all the way back to my start there, there'd be 20 miles left in the range. Right? Math. No, I don't think I'm going to bail early yet. It doesn't seem to make sense. Because the charger that I'm going to on my return trip is not the one across the highway. Because I don't want to use that Electrify America, because it's never been reliable for me. So I'm going to go to the EVgo Flying J one that is shorter. It's, I don't know, 5, possibly up to 10 miles closer on that return trip. So got that going for it. Girl. Just a hot and hazy day. Haze is not helpful either. A lot of that is thanks to Canadian wildfires, which happen thanks to global climate change, which is something we don't seem to care about anymore in this country. So there's that. The problem with just kind of going into it now, the problem with just adding more range, like let's say I get the math wrong and I end up short. So I stop somewhere and put an indicated 10 kilowatt hours into the pack. Let's just say hypothetically. Thing is, that's what the station outputs. That's not what the truck gets. And you lose so much through efficiency, heat loss, climate running, things like that. It's not a... It's a lot harder to say, oh, well, I just added XYZ to it. So you really don't want to have to add any electricity. Because you don't know. It's real hard to figure out how much actually made it into the pack. I'm sure there's a way to math it, just... Another work zone as we approach hour 2 of this craziness. Alright, the next exit should be the one I want. Whenever that is. Wherever that is. What else you want to talk about? Indoor season 2? I don't know, maybe we'll get to that. But as I said before, I did do a towing test with this truck. Similar spec. Got 170 miles of total range out of like projected, which was good. I thought, if you're gonna tow once or twice a year, having to sit and charge once isn't that big of a deal. I don't think it is. If you're gonna tow regularly, maybe not the truck for you. But if you're really like, oh, I'm gonna tow my boat up to the lake, in the spring, and then bring it home in the fall, you're not really... I don't think you're inconvenienced that much. Maybe you are, but I don't see that being a big hindrance, while getting the advantage of the rest of the year driving an electric vehicle, which is saving you money and things like that. Fewer repair costs, Oh, 50% state of charge. We've got 130 miles. I mean, it's 260, right? Right? And if it's 260, then that means the usable amount of the pack or the stated capacity, pack capacity is weird. Based on the Monroney sticker. That's part of the reason why you need to like kind of really draw it out as well. Between usable and capacity and how much the automaker chooses to use and just throwing all sorts of weird numbers around like then you get over to overtake and then the car speeds up. Love it. My favorite thing in the world. That's for sure. General RV Center. Inspection facility, okay. Great career start here. Okay, cool. Amazon warehouse. CEO entrepreneur. Born in 1964. Jeffrey Bezos. Is it open yet? I'm watching the road. It is RV Motorhome Hall of Fame. Oh, what? The world is a vampire. Alright. Let's head to the end of the road. Traffic circle. I like how this traffic circle doesn't imply that there's a way to go completely around it. You either go left or you go right. When, let's face it. So now here's the right turn that you can take. Alright, well, we've cleared our way through that nonsense. Sometimes when I turn around quickly and go back through a toll plaza, it gets confused. It's like, what are you doing? And then it's like, oh, well, we're going to bill you separately. It's like, no, please don't do that. Please don't arrest me. I've got an easy pass. It works. It's like the computer doesn't account for the possibility that maybe you want to turn around. Strange. But we're going to get back out onto the motorway here. Get up to motorway speed. Oh, it's a Cybertruck. Somebody bought one. Not many have. Reset the blue cruise. Hands off. Let's do a where to. Recents. There we go. Go. The computer does not think that I am going to make it. I don't think I'm going to make it. Let's look at that.
Continue 62 miles on I-90.
All right. Well, I probably should have turned around close to 10 miles ago. Because I'm going to need 10 miles to get there. At least based to the onboard computer, I've got 120 miles left of range, and I'm going to need 130 to get there. Not feeling too good about that. So let's raise the climates to 72. Not that that should make much of a difference. It's blowing cold air. It's 92 degrees outside. I don't expect a ton of good options here. One thing I do know is we will have a whole bunch of work zones. So we'll have that going for us. Most of my range is being lost, of course, to my speed. We'll see how much I gain via the work zones. Then we'll worry if we need to overall lower our speed. That is lower my average speed, and the goal is how far can you go on, 70 miles per se, or whatever. So, not great for the purpose of testing, but I am not going to run out either. Because that's no fun. I've done it. It's no fun. One thing I can say for pretty certain at this point, I will not get the stated 300 miles of range. Some cars get pretty close. I've had a BMW, the i5 M60 did well, being close and projected and whatever. The Fiat 500e exceeded. I thought it would still go farther because of battery capacity size, but it exceeded the EPA range on highway only. That was very good. So, like, it can be done. Here comes the work zone. Still 10 miles short. That last work zone really wasn't that long. I know there's this big one before the state line. We'll see what that does to our performance. Could just stop at an earlier charger and then extrapolate it out. I get it. But man, it kind of takes time. And considering that one number says 123 kilowatt hours, the maths out to something different and everything else. Like, I'd like to be as accurate as I can. But it is now 93 degrees outside. Lane change possible. Not really. I mean, it is possible. Just I'm gonna sit behind this truck for right now. Head into the workish zone. So we've got a lot to make up. Go 45 miles an hour, the speed limit. That's right, the speed limit through this work zone that nobody's working at. Road work ahead. Just married. Natalie and James. Good job. Congratulations. Your Subaru Outback. Excuse me. Again, keep apologizing for trying to get over a cold. I am going to pull into this service plaza, though, and get something to drink. So, I don't know, maybe I'll cut the part out, maybe I'll let it run. We'll see. I'll probably cut it out. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Out of her. I like parking a big old pickup truck in the low emitting vehicles. Parking spot, people look at you funny. Yeah, all electricity. Kiddos. I do still have the very real problem of 104 miles to go. Of course, it recalculated my route. So now I'm going less than the speed limit through this work zone. I'm sure the person that flipped me off is super happy about that. Excuse me. Now this should be the long work zone. So we'll see how much range we can maybe muster back out of this. We need to find 12 miles. At least according to the computer. I had to turn the AC off. Just let it blow some mildly cold cabin air, I guess. I sure do love speeding through work zones here in Indiana. I mean, probably because nobody's working. Multiple lane shifts. Okay. Can't wait. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I was complaining about this work zone going the other way. But now I'm like, hey, we're gonna use this to try to gain some miles. Funny how that works, right? Funny how that works. Another contraflow. Alerts, traffic alerts. That's weird. Blue Cruise kicked on there briefly, even though I was driving the wrong way down the highway. So, like, if the roads are digitally mapped, how it should know that I was going the wrong way. Did it know I was in a construction zone? Could it math that math? That's weird. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't know direction of travel. It has to know direction of travel, right? Like, it has to know direction of travel. But that would be weird behavior, I suppose. The steering wheel buttons, you have to press really hard for them to do anything. Like, it feels like you've pressed them and it should respond, but like you didn't press it hard enough. That's sort of like the opposite of touch sensitive buttons, I feel like. Still haven't really gained much. Not losing anymore. So that's a positive? Question mark? maybe. Last exit before Ohio Turnpike. Angola, Fort Wayne, Lansing. I-69. Nice. This construction stuff will be worth noting, though, for the next car I do this in, which should be a Mach-E Rally, maybe? That's what I asked for. I didn't get any paperwork to sign, though, before the holidays, and they're swapping the car on Monday. So, who knows? Maybe I'll get a press car. Maybe I won't. If I do, then I'll have to redo this and the charge curve video, or the charge curve analysis and all of that. So, busy week ahead, potentially. Also have to write up that first ride experience in the AMG EA that I'm sworn to secrecy about, and the first drive of the CLA, which also I'm sworn to secrecy about for at least a few minutes, for a few hot minutes. I see Pokegon State Park, and I want to say, Pokemon, I choose you, Pikachu. I think I'm most excited, though, for Ioniq 6N. I really like the 5N, but the 6 drives better than the 5. So, in theory, that'll be the more bonkers car. Wish I would have got to go to Korea to drive it, but it's okay. I'll get to drive it eventually. Alright, 78 miles of range, 86 miles to the charger. So we've gained a mile. As a reward, I'm going to eat one animal cracker. Maybe 2 animal crackers. The problem is it's getting a little warm in here. It's not like warm, but warm. It's starting to melt. It thinks me taking a drink of this sugar-free Gatorade, it's not watching the road. I mean, I guess it's right. "76 miles of range, 84 to go." So we're gaining ground. Now we only have to gain 7 miles instead of 12. It's telling me I'm on the fastest route. I'm on the only route. So, there's that. All right. Sorry about that. You catch me, I don't know, 5 minutes later. I just passed through the toll plaza to exit the state of Indiana. Turns out it got a little too warm in the cabin for the camera. So, woo. So I guess I'm not going to be able to let it get that warm in here. 77 miles to the Charger, 71 miles stated range left. So, still coming up short, so we're still going to have to work some magic, but at least I got the camera cool enough to work again. So, there's that. So that was exciting. But the camera going off, that's the most exciting part of the trip. Maybe. Just really trying to, set the stage, be able to, because again, don't want to call a tow truck. I've AAA, so it's not like the end of the world, but like still, if I can avoid that, that would be preferable than to running out. Just getting there, running a little slower, but I don't know how much extra range either is below sort of zero. When will the car start the turtle? When will things start to happen? I don't know. We're probably going to find out, though, as we continue along together on this journey of discovery into the brave frontier, the unknown, or something. So, like, this trip, this part of it, this leg since I left the service plaza that I bought the snacks at, that was 30 miles to go, 35 minutes, and we're getting 2.7 miles per kilowatt hour. However, trip overall, we have up to 2.1 for our 3 hours and 14 minutes, 197 miles, 2.1 miles per kilowatt hour. Like, it's still 120 to, like, the math doesn't still... There's still some struggling, as we enter Ohio, the heart of it all. Drug traffickers go to prison. Dial pound 677. It's the big Ohio welcome sign. No. I like the big Ohio welcome sign because it's like, oh, here's our governor and whatever. But our lieutenant governor now, because stupid J.D. Vance is stupid vice president of the United States, his seat got filled with our lieutenant governor. So we have a new lieutenant governor. It's Jim Tressel, former head coach of the Ohio State University Buckeyes football team. Is that funny? Yes. Will it always be funny? Yeah, kinda. Bringing the sweater vest back. Girl. Once we're in the positive, so like 72 miles of range now to the Charger, 67 in the battery. Like once we reach kind of a little bit of a net positive there, I will start to re-up the speed to get back to 70 miles an hour from 60. Because right now I'm going about 10 under, which is, there's not enough traffic that this is like unsafe, but I would much rather be, for the purpose of the test, be driving the speed limit. You know? But there's nothing holding up traffic, so nobody's in a bad spot. Also, one other thing about the ADAS on here, when you do have to have your hand on the steering wheel, the torque sensor requires a lot of you moving it. Some cars you can kind of sit there and just kind of hold on to it, slightly move it occasionally, and it's like, hey, you're cool. This doesn't. I'd rather have a sensor in the steering wheel that just knows you're holding on to it, but that tends to be a more expensive component. But just in some cars, it doesn't require as much sort of effort, and I wish this was one of those, because I'll be sitting here literally shaking the wheel, and it's not enough torque on the sensor to pick that up. So that's a little bit frustrating. Like, okay, hands on wheel right now, still shows it on the display. Move the wheel, like I gotta move it. I like to move it. Kind of a deal. Stress eat some more animal crackers. One thing also hindering performance right now is it's really windy. And it's coming from an angle that's probably giving me a little more wind resistance than I would like. Excuse me. We only have to come up with 4 miles now. So we are getting there. Woo! Let's wait for this cars to pass, because it's really obnoxious when you speed up next to some cars that are passing you. I find it obnoxious. Had a tiny bit of pace. We're still 4 miles off our goal. It's a long walk. About 10,000 steps or so. What? This Lexus GX got behind me and just sat back there. Like, I think his adaptive cruise is on, so like, hey, whatever, but lots of opportunities to overtake. Not doing any of them. Alright, what other industry stuff could we talk about? That Tim Kuniskis is now running all of North American Stellantis for the most part. Yeah, let's talk about that. So, he and Carlos Tavares didn't get along at all. Sources tell me he was calling like every week after he quote-unquote retired so that he could see how things were going, looking forward to the chance to, I don't know, help oust Carlos, I guess. So anyways, Carlos got canned. Was replaced by Antonio Filosa. He was running Jeep in Brazil for a while and then ran Jeep in North America for like 30 seconds. And now is running the whole darn company. I think it's kind of funny that Antonio, now I've only ever heard him referred to as Antonio, so I don't think he goes by Tony, but bear with me on this. Antonio is short for Tony. Antonio is short for Tony. Tony has been tasked with fixing Fiat. He is going to fix it again, Tony, aka Fiat. That's a good joke. That's a quality joke. Haha. A couple times that I've talked to Filosa, he seems to be with it. And I don't mean just like cognizant or lucid, like, hoping that like Elon Musk didn't, overdose on drugs this morning. But like he seems to get that the industry is in a weird place. He gets what competitors are out there and what they're trying to do and how he's trying to sort of, work with it all. So cool, good for him. I think that he has as good of a chance as Carlos did for, kind of righting the ship. We all have to remember that Stellantis, though, exists beyond the shores of North America. Fiat's huge, obviously, in Italy, things like that. So, like, he's got a lot on his plate. So it would make sense. All the individual brand CEOs still exist here in North America, but which I think is a really silly arrangement, if you ask me. But bear with me. It's sort of like now Kaniskas is kind of just running sort of everything about that. He's a good marketer. People seem to like him within the company. As I alluded to earlier, I think he might be a one-trick pony. When I first started doing this, 2014, shortly after I first started doing this, is like when we first saw, here's the updated chart or updated Challenger. Oh, we are going to make it a Hellcat. We're going to do supercharged V8s. We're going to put Hemis in all of this stuff. We're going to reintroduce the concept of a scat pack and give you all this big muscle V8 performance for an affordable amount of money, and deliver okay fuel economy-ish. You cruise on the highway in eco mode, you're doing okay. 24, 26 MPG, it's not terrible. And then basically his mantra through when he quote-unquote retired was put Hellcats and everything. And put Hemis and everything. And shortly before he left, he signed off on the all-electric Dodge Charger Daytona and the V6 Turbo 6s in the Rams and stuff like that. And, keep in mind, he signed off on those. Those were his doing. If he really hated the product and Carlos was forcing him to do it, he had options. One, he's not poor. He could have retired earlier. He could have quit. Like, it's not... This isn't... He had other options. So I say that the fact that he signed off on all of these products and decided to give that a go, I think that's kind of on him. Now he's claiming the company and him made a mistake, and then we need to go back to listening to our customers and putting V8s and everything. So, the Hemi is coming back to the Ram 1500, which who knows how many they'll sell. The high output Turbo 6 makes more power and torque than the Hemi, and it doesn't come with a stupid badge on it that's like this whole rebel, we're back V8 kind of stick it to the man. Like, okay, maybe you'll sell a few trucks that way, but I don't see that working particularly well. I think that's, I think the half-ton truck segment is about to reach a tipping point, considering price and features and average transaction price and defaults and the economy and everything like that. I don't know. I don't see dropping money in that makes sense when they have a compact pickup truck sold in Mexico and in South America that would be a direct competitor to Maverick. And even if it's sold at the same price as Maverick does now, which I don't think is as good of a deal, like that would give Maverick legit competition. People would buy it because Ford sells a ton of Mavericks. So the fact that he went to Automotive News and whined and said, "Oh, the slate truck doesn't make any sense. Nobody's going to buy the basic truck. You know, if it made sense to offer a compact or small truck, we would have done it." Like, Ford did it and sells well, and Americanizing what you already sell isn't a huge leap in the grand scheme of things. So it makes me question, like, if it makes me really feel like he just wants to come back in and Hellcat everything and Hemi everything. And again, maybe that's your jam. It's kind of my jam on some days, for sure. But the reality is you've then create a solely North America product because you can't sell Hemis in Europe. They're not Euro 7 certified. There's no way they ever be Euro 7 certified. So you're cutting all of your money for R&D and advanced development and future technology, stuff to make us legitimately competitive with the Chinese, and just saying, no, we're going to put Hemis in. So I am not super duper optimistic. I hope he proves me wrong, but I'm not sure. Not sure. You know, I think he knows how to rally the troops. I think he knows how to market pretty well. I think that there's a lot of positives with Mr. Timothy Kaniskas. I feel he might be a one-trick pony, and if that's the case, then Stellantis is no better off than they are with Tavares at the helm and some of the other things they were doing. So we'll see, won't we? We've got 53 miles left of battery. We have 55 miles to the supercharging station, the EVgo station. So, still not great. Not great, Bob. But better. Lexus is still behind me. So weird. Look, I'm going under the speed limit. It's just 5 under right now, but it is under. So, like, you're not breaking the law by indicating and going around me. You really are. I don't know. What do I know, I guess? I am watching the road. Relax. Let's see if it gets off at the service plaza. Nope. Watch charging at the supercharger. Nothing. Did see a Polestar 4 this morning. Yeah. With no rear window. It had a manufacturer plate, so it's definitely not a customer sold kind of thing, kind of situation. But what's the sitch? Yo, the sitch. car that passed me with Vermont tags on it has not been washed since the beginning of last winter, probably. Guess you like to see that. Ooh, Punisher sticker on your Ram. Ooh, big badass. Probably should watch the most recent Daredevil to see how Punisher likes people who worship him. I dug into our season 2, liked it a lot. I was hoping that Star Trek Strange New Worlds would come back before mid-month, but I got all that wrong, so... I started some Murderbot, but I don't know, I haven't been in the right mindset to get back into it. I liked what I saw so far, but, you know, kind of gotta be in the right mood to watch a half-hour sort of whatever it is. It's kind of a comedy, it's kind of a drama, it's kind of a murderous robot. I don't know. The 70-mile-an-hour range test definitely will not be 70 miles an hour. We'll put all the data in at the end. Like, I'll pop it up and you can kind of, you know, read through it, see what happened. But, yeah. Our average speed is not going to be close to that at all. So the truck's not efficient. I mean, you know, we have upped it to 2.1 miles per kilowatt. Cool. You know, but that's still way below the stated EPA range. Again, big block on wheels. EPA is like, what, 55, 45 city highway. So I don't necessarily expect it to do that, but I've been in other EVs that, again, perform much closer, even on a kind of test like this. Now there's like 2 cars, including what looks like a Tesla, following that Lexus, and none of them are passing. Seems very weird that I'm setting a pace that's slower than the speed limit, and just like nobody wants to go around. There's no cops up here. No, it's not a Tesla. I'm just looking in the mirror. Car. Work zone fines doubled. Double. $46 to the charger, $44 in the battery. Plus, we just slowed down for this work zone. Does that mean we'll make it? Who knows? This work zone's actually even more kind of pathetic. Because, like, the road is still 2 wide lanes. Ain't nobody working. Like, what's the deal, yo? The dilly. The who's he what's it? Hey, temperature's dropped. It's 91 degrees instead of 93. Two percent of my energy on this trip has gone to accessories. What accessories? The camera plugged in, I guess, maybe? Seems like a lot, 2%. That's separate of climate. Maybe Blue Cruise takes a lot of electricity. This work zone at no point goes to one lane, has any equipment out really doing anything right now. There's nothing going on. And yet... Oh, hey, there's that Lexus. The GX460. It's got Pennsylvania tags. Oh, here the left shoulder's closed in 1,000 feet. The first sign of worker life. Nobody's actually working today, of course, because it's Saturday. And the day after the 4th of July. But still. I know I've apologized a few times, but sorry for the cough / sniffles. Trying to... Today's the best I've felt since I've been home. Last week I flew, again, like I said, I came home from Copenhagen to JFK on Saturday. That was the day there was some weird flight problem with my plane that came from San Francisco, so we left Copenhagen 3 hours late, which means we got to JFK 3 hours late. there was also a series of Delta issues that caused a bunch of cancellations on Saturday. So we ended up sitting for an hour and a half to get a gate at JFK, which means I missed the last flight from JFK to Detroit that night. Luckily, I anticipated it before I left Copenhagen, was able to talk to somebody at Delta to get me on a flight in the morning. But that flight, the only thing available was a flight out of LaGuardia. So 11:30 at night, I'm trying to find a taxi to get from JFK to the airport at LaGuardia. Stayed in a hotel room for like 3 hours. My host, Mercedes, paid for the hotel because Delta was like, we're not really sure if we want to give you a hotel room or not for canceling, for making you miss all your crap. So that was very nice of them. And flew home, drove home, got home around 9:30 in the morning, and was super duper tired. So I went to sleep, and I pretty much stayed in bed until Wednesday morning. For the most part, I mean, I got up here and there, just but like I had a real scratchy throat and just got this really bad head cold, and I was just like felt dead to the world. It wasn't COVID, but it really hit me hard. I think combined with the jet lag was just, ugh, quite unpleasant. So, I've been trying to, rock the Dayquil and whatever else, and I took some before I left for this, and so far, like I said, I've probably felt the best that I've felt since then. Um, but with them picking the car up on Monday, I had to pretty much either decide to do this like this weekend, and yesterday I didn't know what traffic would be like. It probably would have been less than it was today, but there's still just the whole like holiday aspect and whatever. So then I was like, well, I'll do it today because I think tomorrow will be too busy. I think there'll be more traffic as people are driving home from wherever they went for the long weekend. So, but I would have liked the extra recovery day just so that I wouldn't sound maybe as hoarse, nay, as as I've been sounding here. Still no real ground gained in that work sound. Still 39 to the charger, 36, 37 to the left in the battery. Drastic times will need to call for drastic measures. Here before too long. 3 hours and 50 minutes. Ugh. Who's bored? This guy. It would have been kind of cool to do this yesterday afternoon / evening, because then I bet I could have seen little random fireworks shows all over. That would have been kind of fun. I do like this truck though. I don't. If I needed a full size pickup truck and I wanted to buy an EV, I think this is still the way I would go. And for lots of around the town putzing but also then some real truck stuff, I think it's hard to beat an F-150. Really do. My current lifestyle probably would be more befit of a Scout or even something like a Slate. I do have money down for a Slate, the $50, but we'll see. It would like me to find a charger. Well, I don't wanna. Driving range low. Reduced climate use for more range. I am watching the road. Okay. Officially kicking off that AC. This Jetta behind me would go around, then I could slow down a little bit more. But for some reason, just perfectly happy, just camping down there. Like I said, the limit's currently 70. I'm doing 65. I want to drop it to 60 probably here in a few minutes. 32 to the charger, 30 to empty. And pretty much one more kilowatt hour of the battery pack is all I need. One. That would be like 5 seconds on a charger. Outside temperature's back up to 93. Woo! Still need to come up with like 2 miles of range. All right, new sit rep. 23 miles to the charger, 21 in the tank. That's still about 2 miles I need to gain, and I'm not seeing it happening. Will I get 2 miles of range after it sees 0? I don't know. There's nothing that I know. Because I can't do the math. Because the 123 kilowatt hour battery doesn't make sense. That's what the Monroney says. It says right somewhere on here. 123 kilowatt hour. But if that's the case at 2.1 miles per kilowatt, that's 240. What did I say? 240, 50, 60-ish, right? Yeah, that's not right. This should still work if I unplug it. Don't really think it saves me all that much electricity to unplug my cell phone charger that's completely charged, but hey, you never know. Reach back and yank that plug. Problem is, it will get too warm in here, and then the camera will overheat. Freaking Jetta's back. that went through the toll plaza, but refuses to go around me. So fucking wild, man. Sorry, I cursed. So freaking wild. $20 to the charger, 19 in the tank. Now it's 18 in the tank, 20 to the charger. I don't know why this shadow doesn't go around me. It's so wild, but it's perfectly cool just clipping on my bumper. Oh, that's interesting. So this truck that's overtaking me, it knew that it was big before it did. So the Blue Cruise got over to the right side of the lane, sort of automatically. That's cool. I'm always used to coming up and overtaking that way. So having it to work the other way is still pretty cool. So it didn't do it for that Palisade, but this truck here, boom, it does. That's clever. Clever, 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 clever. I like Blue Cruise. I don't think I'd buy a Ford without it. Too bad, like, Ranger Raptor doesn't come with it. But yeah, I think that Blue Cruise is the real deal these days. Salt Life. I doubt that Jeep's ever seen salt. Well, looks like we're down to 1 mile of difference. That's key. Just this flipping Jetta, man. That's what I don't get. Why would you just sit back there? I'm going under the, I mean, well under the speed limit at this point. Like, 16 and 16. No, 15 and 16. Was headed in the right direction. It really wants me to reduce my climate usage, but I don't want my camera to overheat. It's a real first world problem, ain't it? $16 to the charger, 15 in the tank. Come on. Oh. Oh, there goes the Cybertruck. To be clear, if you own a Cybertruck, you have no excuse. You know that Elon was basically bad when you bought it. Maybe not when you reserved it, but you had a refundable deductible for or refundable deposit for quite some time. So you don't get a pass. Sorry. Right, we got a work zone. That'll help us here. Sure will. Average speed, however, has not been helped by any of this. By men, by any of this, any of this. Charge is unreachable. No, it's actually not. It did just briefly show that I was able to reach my destination. The 14 miles didn't glow orange. But now it's back. Oh, this Jeep passing us has so many ducks on it that if passenger airbag exploded, you would probably be, you'd personally be bedazzled, bejeweled with your ducks. Oh, there Gatsby. Interesting. Sorry, I just passed the theater seeing what was showing, and their big thing they're promoting is The Great Gatsby. All right, 1313, 5%. It's all orange. Except for Blue Cruise, which is blue. It's very humid very quickly. Probably because it's 93 degrees out, and who knows what the humidity is. Yeah. Yeah. That's what's up. But hey, it's almost over. Woo! All right, summarize this truck. Um, drives nicely. Blue Cruise is excellent. Range is not the. If you could get the state at 300, great. You're going to probably have to do a lot more city driving than obviously this test. Um, I think it'll tow like 10,000 pounds, which is great. Infotainment works okay. It's not the best I've ever used. Definitely not the worst. Comfortable, and it does all sorts of Ford stuff. All the F-150. So like, if you like an F-150, this is an F-150. Just drives nicer, it's quicker, and it's better for the environment. It'll cost you less money to operate. So it's the half-ton pickup EV to get. I still stand by that. It's pretty pricey. It's 72 grand. A lot of money. It's a lot of money in destination charges as well. 74 grand, I should say. Get it with if you want one, get it with the, try to get the employee pricing while you still can. Definitely try to get one before the tax incentive goes away. because it's going to be a Wild West when it's different. So, as for the state of this drive, it briefly again came out of orange for my destination to time to the charger. So, I think we're going to be okay. This work zone is helping my cause, actually. Oh, a Model Y refresh Juniper. That person is a Nazi. Or hear me out. They're not, but it's not a deal breaker. Before you get in the comments and be like, oh, Henry Ford or Ferdinand Porsche, they're all dead. Who's not dead? Elon Musk. So, slight difference. Let's fight the battles we can win, Ken. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Super. %4 state of charge. 10 miles of battery. 10 miles to the charger. Will we make it? Probably not. Oh, maybe. Probably at this point. Feels more likely than unlikely. Oh, 9.4 miles to the charger, 9.3. And it's no longer orange, where the battery indicator is orange with 10 miles of range left. Progress is being made, people. Progress is being made. But 9 miles to the charger, 272 miles to the battery out of 300. That's not so bad. Makes me think the 123 kilowatt number on the Monroney is wrong, but that wouldn't be so bad. Oh, now my distance to the charger is back in orange. But then I recalculated or something. I don't know. It's weird. Not sure if it quite knows where I'm at. 3% state of charge. Air conditioner's still working though. Woo! Eight miles to the charger, 9 miles of range. We're halfway there. Actually, we're farther than that. But we're making progress. The system is for sure slightly. The destination thingy is still slightly concerning because it went to like 8 miles and then, oh, it went from 8.5 to 7.4. Like, it doesn't know how far. Oh. Because we were kind of contraflowing on the wrong side of the highway. Who'da thunk it? Now that we're on the correct side of the freeway, that'll probably do you a little bit better at the math. Charger distance critical. find a charger, or risk running out of energy. I'm good, thanks. I have all the energy I need. I think. %2 state of charge. I was trying to find the cap that I dropped. Can't reach it quite well enough. So I had to steal one from the other one. But that's alright. Honestly, Chuck, I think we're good. It's at 5.4. We've got 7 indicated. I think we can resume a slightly better pace, maybe. And then we'll get set up. And we will charge our lives away. Charge, charge, charge. Please find a power outlet where you can charge. Chargers are unreachable. Wrong. Not my favorite way to do one of these tests, but you know. It's now 94 degrees outside. Find a power outlet where you can charge. Where? I'm on a toll road. Pretty sure right in here is actually where I ran out in the Fiat 500e, which, for the record, did better than in the EPA on all highway when EPA is a mix. Just I was using it in my head for mental math, apparently the gross battery capacity and not usable. So I ran out ahead of when I thought I would. 1% state of charge, 3 miles left in the pack, allegedly. 2.3, 2.2 miles to the charger. Who has a 1% state of charge? This guy. But for those at home doing the math, the truck is still giving me 50% of total available output. So if I put my foot down right now, which I won't, because I'll fall flying off this ramp, is 50%. So still in pretty good shape, honestly. Yes, when things start to throttle or turtle, that becomes an issue. But we're in good. We're in like Flynn. Because Bonson Road is the exit we want. A quarter of a mile, 0.8 of a mile to get around the little loop. And then we are like Crunchwrap Supremes, grilled, wrapped, and good to go. %0 state of charge. Perfect. Can't see how busy the charger is. Oh, there's one person there. Soon, there will be 2 people there. Because I bet dollars to donuts that this lyric is going to charge. All right, well, record the numbers. That's it. Thanks for tagging along, everybody.